that you may lead us through this conference, Jehovah Jireh. You know those who are traveling, Jehovah Jireh, may you be with them. Bless them, Jehovah Jireh. I pray, trusting in your name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and happy to see you. We are not so many, quite a number are joining us online. You know the expense of being around for quite a number of days. So thank you very much. Today we have the last session. We have our guest speaker. You have interacted with her though virtually, but we felt it is good that she comes here, speaks to you, and you also get the chance of interacting to her. Her name is Dr. Leonita Sumba, the movers of sanitation in Kenya. When you hear about sanitation, it's not complete without the lady that we have here. This lady is my mentor, and I'm normally so proud whenever I'm near her. Her profile is so rich. You can go to web and search Dr. Leonita Sumba. She's doing a lot in the space of sanitation. She's an advocate for the marginalized groups in sanitation. You always are calling for walks and calling for so many other things when it regards to speaking on behalf of those who have no voice. So I really like following her steps because she inspires me. In this aspect of sanitation, wherever we are so much concerned with are those who don't have a voice. They are the ones who are suffering. Don't speak on my behalf because you know I'm connected. But there are those others who really can't afford this. And this is the role that Sumba is seeing. She's working with so many pit emptiers. You know the man who pit emptiers. Some of you have done studies with the man who pit emptiers. You can follow with her to know what she is doing in respect to helping these particular people. She's always organizing forums whereby you are told to provide a facility, sanitation, which is clean. And this cleanliness gets to include aspects of access, and key is inclusivity. Where is that facility located? How many toilets do you know that are clean and serving the people who are really in need? She's very key in that area. Look at aspects of gender in sanitation. Are we all represented? Are your needs as a man, are my needs as a woman represented? She's an advocate for women. You know, our needs in sanitation are very special. And most of the times we're not given that space, that forum, to speak about what we really want. You find we are left behind, and we are the key users of these facilities. We are the people who will take care of these facilities, but our voices are not heard. The facilities are constructed and not remembering that women have special needs, special considerations. Are we really looking at inclusivity? Are we including the needs of women? Are we also including the needs of men? I cannot remember women without also remembering men, because our sanitation needs are very different. Are we thinking about the needs of the PWDs? Are we thinking about the needs of the poor? Does it make sense for you to do a facility at Inchero and you charge it at 10 shillings per use? Who will use that facility? Who are you making that facility for? For that person who is able. What approaches are we taking to ensure that those people are covered? She's an advocate for those particular group of people. And she's very well connected. I know you're going out in the next, by October we should all be graduating. You're thinking about where are we going? You want connections? I said, you can speak to her. She don't have the jobs herself, but she's well connected. Connected with the industry that is dealing with sanitation. She can be able to tell you, well, this and this and this and this are doing ABCD. You can see how she can even get forums whereby opportunities are posted. And remember, recommendations are very key. Okay? She hears of opportunities. If she knows you are there, she can say, I think I know a student from Mary University of Science and Technology. Kindly interview this particular person. So She's a resource and someone that you should always follow in all the forums, because there you will get very useful information. So we are listening to her today. Dr. Sumba, we are very proud of you, very proud of what you do to the university in terms of teaching of our students, in terms of assessing the thesis, and in terms of supervision. She does it all for us. We really hope and look forward to walking this journey with you. So kindly, the floor is yours. Talk to our students and let them know that out there, these are the skills. The skills that they have is what is required to meet to address the challenges that we have. So Dr. Sumba, karibu sana.
Asante, Dr. Joy, you've spoken so much. Quite humble. I don't think I fit that CV, but I hope I can live up to it. So thank you very much. And the audience, good morning. Good morning. The online audience, good morning. Okay. I'm happy to be here. It's my first time in Mary University. So I'm really honored to be here. So Dr. Joy has talked about many things, but for today's purpose, I have 20 minutes. I'll narrow down to speaking about women. So my presentation is biased towards women issues in WASH. So I titled it Breaking Barriers and Enabling Women to Lead in WASH. So I'll begin with just a bit of introduction, self-introduction, and my affiliations. The first logo is for Women Regional Network for Peace Builders. I am associated with this organization. We call ourselves Sisters with a Soul, and we connect peace and environment. So environment, sanitation is inclusive, water is inclusive. We are currently organizing a summit we are calling Peace and Environment, and I hope all of you will register. There's a youth day and there'll be a lot of activities there. The second logo is for Jokasu Green Kenya Limited. There I am a co-director, and we do decentralized wastewater treatment using our flagship product called Jokasu. Jokasu means purifying tank, and we treat wastewater which allows us to recycle it. Then the next one is Sisters. I'm undertaking a project with my colleagues in APHRC, University of Ghana, and we were Women in Water and Sanitation Association. We are calling it Transforming Institutions to Advance Women Leaders in STEM, in short, Sisters. Then I'm also associated with DEFCON, which is also a research organization. KEWASNET, I am the vice chair. KV Alumni, I am their patron. I was once a director, CEO of Kenya Water Institute, so last year they made me their patron. WIWAS, I was a former chairperson of Women in Water and Sanitation, and WIWAS is about empowering women in the water sector. Then we recently registered an organization called WASELEC. WASELEC is a Water, Sanitation, Environment Africa Leadership Center, and it will be looking at giving a forum for those who want to contribute their knowledge, even if they have already retired from the sector. There's a lot of knowledge that people go out with, but we need to tap it, so we are giving them a forum. So that is my brief introduction. So I'm not a gender expert, but in my field and in my experiences, I've come across a number of issues and experiences that I would like to share with you today with regard to gender. And I've come across some metaphors. So let's briefly look at these metaphors. You've heard about the glass ceiling. Women cannot break, or most women cannot break this glass ceiling. They enter into the work environment, and somehow there are barriers that will prevent them from breaking that ceiling. And some of these barriers are due to our culture, they are due to age, and they are applied to women and consciously and unintentional, but you find they are not getting promoted, not intentionally, some intentionally, some not intentionally, but somehow they just can't get through. We have another metaphor that is called the sticky flow metaphor. And as I speak about this, the men should not feel left out. I've just chosen to speak about women today. So there's a sticky flow. Women enter into the job market or maybe studies, academia, and somehow they just stick on that flow. The low age or the system is such that, or the policies or the career progression, whatever, policies are such that they cannot move beyond a certain level. So they stick at that level. You can think about some of those jobs even in these institutions whereby people cannot rise above a certain level, so they stick on the floor. We have another one called the leaky pipeline, and this one applies to us, most of us here. It's mainly experienced in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. At the beginning, in primary level, secondary level, sort of women or the boys and girls start up at almost the same ratio. But as we move along the pipeline, which is very relevant, like in a leaking pipeline in the water sector, the women start leaking, they leak. So by the end of the pipeline, we have a very small percentage of women who started. So where are these women going, and what can be done to keep the women in the pipeline such that at the end of the pipeline, we get the same number of girls or women that started as girls at the beginning. We have another one, glass escalator. You've heard of jobs whereby traditionally they were women jobs, but now men are coming into these jobs. For example, nursing. Another one is plaiting hair in salons, you know, and the men seems to be doing better in the jobs that traditionally belonged to women. So you find the men are also rising faster and higher in jobs that women were doing traditionally. So that is also an issue. We have another one called glass cliff metaphor. So a woman can break through the glass ceiling and get into the C-suite. And while they're there, they're not comfortable because something else starts happening. There's resistance, there is criticism, there is scrutiny more than they would scrutinize a man. So you're there, and if you make a mistake, it's magnified. So nobody really excuses this woman. You are there, you've broken the glass ceiling, but you're still experiencing discrimination of some sort in that whatever. Then we have the labyrinth. Women face a lot of problems, a lot of challenges, and some of them have been supervising. Sorry about that. They can't hear the volume. It's this. Maybe it's me.
They cannot hear.
Can they now hear? Because it could be me not speaking in the microphone properly. Ask them if they can hear.
Members, can you hear Dr. Leonita now?
Hello?
Hello? They can hear.
They can hear? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
They can hear? So it was me. Okay, so we are talking about the labyrinth. I was saying I've supervised some students, some of them along the way, they get into family and they get children. So they have to somehow take longer to finish their thesis or their projects, longer than the men would do. When we come to workplace, again, you have to take off some 3 months, some 6 months to go to maternity. So it becomes like you know, twists and turns and twists and turns. Compared to men, men may not necessarily undergo all these twists and turns to get where we need to be for equity or equality. Then there's another one called firewall. The firewall metaphor. Places of work or in school or in colleges, who can open for you this door? It could just be one person who is holding you from moving to the next step. So they put a firewall you cannot penetrate. So that is one metaphor. Then there is a metaphor that I came across recently called Matilda effect. And this is a case whereby women's achievements are overlooked and attributed to men. So you're working hard. If you look at the photo, the woman is working very hard. But when it comes to reward, it's the men or her men colleagues who are being rewarded. So that one is attributed to a lady called Matilda, and it's called Matilda effect. You can think about some examples whereby maybe your colleague has taken credit for what you have done. So even when it comes to publishing, you find maybe your name. You did a lot of work, but your name is missing in the publication. The women themselves are not left out. There is the Queen Bee syndrome. So the Queen Bee syndrome, once these women who have been struggling gets to pass the ceiling, breaks the ceiling, and now she's in the company of maybe the male colleagues, etc., she wants to belong. So she wants to belong to the team, and therefore unconsciously, she may also mistreat the other women so that they don't rise to where she is. And that's, you've been hearing people say women are an enemy of themselves. This is the Queen Bee syndrome. You want to dominate, you want to be like the others. So you don't help the women, you don't share your knowledge so that the others can also rise. So what I'm saying, women need to fix each other's crowns. So after having talked about that, why are we so concerned about women? Why women? Why women every time? We have our commitments to Sustainable Development Goals, number 5 and 6. 5 is on gender equality, 6 is on water and sanitation, and particularly 6.2 says we should take care of women, girls, and vulnerable interests. Specific interests should be put in that. Our Vision 2030, our various policies also talk about women and how we should look, take care of their issues. We have the Dublin's principles, which talk about participation and the special role or important role that women play in water and sanitation. There is also the burden. When we come to inadequate water, inadequate sanitation, who suffers most? It's the women, girls, children, and those who are vulnerable. Where there is inadequate sanitation or inadequate water services, women are exposed to gender-based violence. Underrepresentation in leadership position is also an issue. We've talked about the leaky pipeline in STEM courses. Again, why women? Research has shown, and this is research from International Research Center for Water and Sanitation, it has shown that water and sanitation projects whereby women were involved fully, they participated fully, be it in the design, during implementation, these projects are more sustainable than those where they were not involved. It has also been shown when you have companies that have inclusivity, diversity, these companies outperform those which are less diverse. Another one, when we include women in whatever we are doing, the benefits are not only for women. They benefit communities and they benefit everyone, including the men. Now when we come to STEM, there is a representation of women in STEM, both in the academia and research, and also in the industry. So women are more likely to be found teaching than doing research. Is that true, Dr. Joy? Yeah, this is from some research by Mawazo, but this is global. So globally, women would rather take teaching opportunities than be involved in research. And you know the way they say around here, publish or perish. So if you're not being involved in research, then you're perishing pole pole. Then women are less likely to be PIs, principal investigators. Maybe you look around in your university and you'll tell me how many women are PIs and coordinators in some of the projects that you have. And then vice chancellors. I don't know in this country how many women are vice chancellors. Things have improved, but they're still less. When we come to the industry, we find that there's an increasing number of women getting into the wash industry or in the STEM industry. But after 1 year, there's a drop. They start leaving. So what is it that is making the women leave these STEM fields? When we come to our own water and sanitation sector, less than 5% women are managing director. I think the figure has even gone down. If you look at all the CEOs in water and sanitation utilities, and as well as water sector institutions. And figures don't lie. I think these are figures from around maybe 2 years ago. Consulting engineers, 3%. Professional engineers, these are registered, 8%. And graduate engineers, 12%. What is happening with the women in STEM? Looking at that graph, it's not that there are no women. Women just found in other fields more than in STEM. So about 50%. Women make almost about 50% of total employment. This is globally. But when it comes to STEM, it's only 29%. Again there, when there's a figure there on percentage of women involved in science research, or I mean in women science researchers. In Kenya we can see it's 25%. So meaning they are not publishing. They are not researching, they are not publishing. And promotions depend on publications. So how do you get to leadership position without publishing? So sometime in 2021, we held a women's conference and we asked women what barriers they face at their workplace. And some of the issues that came out is knowledge gaps, intimidation, gender-based violence, including sexual harassment, stereotyping, culture, lack of self-drive. I don't know where that comes from. Confidence was also an issue. Fear of making mistakes, so you stay back. And family-related responsibility. You saw the labyrinth. Yeah? Family-related. And this is a photo I like so much. This one on the right. You can see the starting point is the same. And the women's lane is packed with a number of things. Clothes, laundry, you need to cook, you need to do it. The men are looking forward. Yeah? And the women are wondering, can these men just see what we are going through and assist us? The figure on the left, I also like it. It's called mental load or household worry or worry work. So we have maybe here some lady, there's a baby at home. Half of the concentration is wondering, has the baby been fed? And half of it is here. The man, most likely full concentration, who will go out with some benefits. Why work? And let me also talk about gender and wash nexus. Recently we had floods. We had infrastructure getting destroyed, water infrastructure getting destroyed, we had toilets getting destroyed. So when these facilities are destroyed, it also affects women mostly. When they went to the IDP camps with the makeshift facilities, nowhere to change, no places for menstrual hygiene, proper menstrual hygiene management, women, girls, and those who are vulnerable were affected. And therefore the structures, the infrastructure, sanitation infrastructure, the water infrastructure that we are constructing needs to be climate resilient. It can withstand harsh events or extreme events. So what can we do about this? There are lots of things that we could do about this. Simple things, some very simple, some just changing attitude, yeah, to make the things different. We can have gender transformative policies and programs. For example, funding, increased funding, or funding that will allow women to travel with their children. I don't know if you have such funding. If you must go and do research elsewhere, do they take care of the household? They take care of the child. Can you travel with your child so that you can do your work while your child is safe? And other supportive infrastructure at places of work, or flexi hours. Yeah? Sensitize students and teachers about stereotype threat. Stereotype threat is whereby you are actually validating the stereotype. When you're told you can only get 40%, so you go into the exam, I can only get that 40, and sure enough you'll get that 40. So you are validating stereotype threat. Role of modeling, mentorship. You have mentors here. Yeah? Networks are very important. Scholarships, coaching, all this will help us uplift the women. Job shadowing, recruiting in form of quotas into STEM careers. Sensitization on unconscious bias, which all of us have. Yeah? When we think about a policeman, the image that will come first will be a man, because maybe it has the word man. When we think about nurse, the first image will be a woman. You know, unconsciously you just say that is a woman. When you think about a secretary, it's a woman. So we have been socialized to have stereotypes, to have unconscious biases. And then zero tolerance towards sexual harassment. I don't know about here, but there are people who have done their thesis, their projects for a very long time. And if you go deep, you'll find it's due to these sexual harassment issues. And therefore you don't graduate in time because of that. And then bringing out these issues, data, to show how deep the challenge is. I said we are doing a project called Sisters, Transforming Institutions to Advance Women Leaders. Instead, we have looked at policies, we have looked at career pathways for both men and women. We want to see what is it that women do differently, that women can also copy, that can help them. And we are now looking at doing a co-creation with organizations. I'm happy some of you undertook a survey with us to just bring out the challenges that women can be getting. So right now, we are going to the institutions that are participating, and I think Joy, your institution will participate. We are going into that and co-creating solutions with them and see how we can bring women into leadership positions. So, I conclude by saying, when you are not at the table, then your interests, concerns, views, talents will not be taken into consideration when critical decisions are being made. So we have to work very hard as students, break those ceilings, break those barriers, get scholarships, do our papers, write papers, get promotions, then we can get into the decision-making levels and make our lives and everybody else's life good. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sumba. How was it? How was it? For sure, whenever I listen to Dr. Sumba, I reflect upon my own life. I think I will make a presentation and walk you through that. And you'll hear that whatever has been said here is very, very true. It is very, very true. When I'm asking about the relevance of this to us, tomorrow will be the leaders in this particular field of sanitation. You'll be heading organizations. Are you prepared to deal with the gender needs? The needs of women, the need of girls? Are you prepared? Not unless you're prepared and you know you're dealing with women, you're dealing with men, that you're able to guide and lead the organization in the right direction. These issues, if you think about where we are from with sanitation, this is something that is emerging. You know, we are talking about low sanitation coverage. We are emerging from some place that was completely needy. And the thing that was there were so many things, there are so many barriers that we need to break. If you think about even in your household, maybe some of you could be in these modern households, but to think about the other households where we have the people in the rural areas, who make these sanitation decisions? Who is responsible for sanitation decision? I heard about sanitation, hearing about sanitation, when I was doing my master's, at the master's level. That's when I knew, you mean I can also do something in sanitation at the master's level. Look at the figures which are being given here about STEM. Look even at the university that we have here. Where are most of our students? In which field? Which field? We grew up being told that you are the one who is cooking for your brothers, for the young and the bigger. You take that from that age. How you are conditioned is we were the providers, the people who are supposed to take care. That's why you hear the guy saying the burden of sanitation lies on the women. Look at, I don't know if your toilet was someplace in the bush at night. Watoto walikuwa wanaamsha nani usiku? Mama, nipeleke choo. Mtoto akiwa akona tumbo mbaya, nani? Ni mama. Nani anabeba kwa hospitali? Ni nani? Ni mama. Everything. Choo hakuna, ni nani ataonyesha mtoto penye ataenda choo? Ni mama. So everything is about women. Men also have very key roles, and men are basically providers. So we expect the man will do the toilet, the man will do that. That is there. But you know, like you've seen in our programs, this infrastructure is not everything. You can provide that and it's not meeting the needs. You've seen there, if you're not on the table when decisions are being made, you are done. I also like that Matilda effect. Have you heard about the Matilda effect? I like it so much. That like you said here, most of us, very few of us are PIs. Why is it that most of us are PIs? You always think, if Eric comes and stands near me and he talks, imagine you give Eric and you deny me. You're not taking into account what are we bringing on the table. He can easily convince. Women are for so long been underlooked. It's a high time whenever you go to work, ensure you tap on the potential of the female staff within your organization. Tap on the potential of the male staff. Don't use your visuals to give opportunities. And for us women, we must know, we must keep fighting. We must keep fighting. You've seen here, I'm saying I can speak to whatever is being given here. If you decide to lose hope, you'll rot in the bush. But but you have a very special potential that you can push and you can propel yourself to very great heights. Irrespective of what you're going through today, the space is open for you. There are so many opportunities for us women to grow. And remember, in a special, I think it's how God created us. We are just role models. Women are role models. By the virtue of, if he marries me and get that baby, I will start interacting with that baby. Akiwa wapi? In my womb. I will start interacting when I'm breastfeeding this kid. All through that early age, that kid is more close to me than anybody else. So this kid will more likely take so much of what I'm doing. It is normally said, if you want to know a girl, look at the mother. If you need to know who your girl is, look at the mother. Because we all, even men, you get so much from your mother because of that early interaction of life. So the thing is, this is not only for us women, this is about inclusivity. Knowing that we all have different needs. And it's only by us looking at the needs, that the difference, and bringing them, and bring policies which are including everyone, that we can be able to achieve. Wherever you are, preach this gospel. Preach this gospel. If you have to make any steps in these SDGs 5 and 6, it is about preaching the gospel and always being very conscious in every decision that you do. Consciously making that decision. If you're not consciously making it, you'll be biased. So it's upon you to build that consciousness in yourself that I really have to take care of A, B, C, D. And let me tell you, a group that we have here can change the world in sanitation matters. Let's preach this gospel. We have a team which is really willing to work with us to break the barriers. Barriers are very many. All this that Terry was talking about here, these are barriers. Let us preach this. Wherever you go to work, wherever you are mentoring, whoever you are mentoring, first, always remember to make an impact. Other than that supervision, make an impact to ensure that you brought in best practices. Is it okay? So, I don't know if you have a student who can say just one word to Daktari, and then we can listen to a presentation from Dr. Lillian, which is feeding in to the discussion, to the presentation that Daktari gave. So who wants to say something to Daktari? Any? A guy or a lady? Who wants to say something? Wow, Alice. This lady was the class rep and she's still standing up here.
So good morning everyone. My name is Alice Kiwali and she's my mentor actually. And what Dr. Sumba has just presented to us, I have felt a great challenge as a woman, and I believe every woman in this room has learned something. And from what she has presented to us, we feel really challenged, and we promise we have to break that ceiling. We have to break those metaphors. Thank you so much for your presentation. You have really encouraged us, and we wish to interact with you more and more, to hold our hands. We are still babies, we are trying to walk. So with you, with your guidance, with Dr. Joy helping us, guiding us in everything, I'm sure we will be somewhere, and we'll be those sitting in those offices that we wish to as women. Thank you so much and be blessed.
Say something on behalf of
speaker, Dr. Leonita, and the doctors here, the student. Good morning. Mine is to appreciate Daktari. I think it's an eye-opener. Some things are necessary we have taught again and again, so that wherever we are in our places of work, at home, we are able to appreciate women more. We are also able to know what our wives go through, what our fellow students, the ladies go through, and also how we view them, especially at our places of work, interacting outside, that we know that they have more needs that maybe we may not realize when there is competition. We realize that even though she's there, you know, sometimes like for me it's easier to go out there and work, stay for 1 month or so. But then for a lady, if she's a mother, then or if she's married, she has other responsibilities to do. So I think this was an eye-opener, and I think also in sanitation, it's good that we have you. I was actually looking at your profile, and it's very impressive. And it's good to have you, as in to even see you physically, though you were interacted with you during our class sessions. And this gives us hope that we can also move higher and higher in our work, in sanitation also. And I think me, I'm also in the field of sanitation, though ishika kabisa. But it's my hope one time technically push kiendelea. So I think for last men, we are appreciated and we say thanks. Asante.
So thank you very much, students and partners. Irrespective of the challenge you're going through, don't sit there and hold your cheek. Nothing that you're facing that has never been seen. You have to keep pushing, okay? So don't say, oh, I have this, I can't do this. That is what has been shown there. That is the challenges that are there. And you must be bold enough to jump over and get to the other side. Let us keep pushing. We will always be there to hold your hands, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.
So thank you very much. What Dr. Suba has said very humbly is that the ladies, men will not give you space until you kind of it will never happen. What she's saying nicely in very soft hand is take your position. Work very hard to compete. Affirmative action is not what Dr. Suba and Dr. Joy have done. Instead, they have worked very hard. Okay? Are we together? So the men keep up, and the ladies keep up and work even better, right? So there's nothing like a space, but all of us are really trying to work very hard. Now, building on what Dr. Suba has said, allow me to present the findings of a study we did in Nakuru, a big team. The title is Suitability of Slum Toilets for Use by Women and Children on Promotion of Inclusive Sanitation. Now, this work was done in Nakuru during the floods, and it was done by that team, you can see. Yes, I led the team, but all the others contributed in various ways. Dr. Kiremba, Dr. Karanja, Dr. Joy, Dr. Muriongi, Dr. Grace, Dr. Josephine, Carol Karani, and Grace. They have done a great job. I hope to represent their voice. Now, all of us are working towards SDG 6.2, and specifically the aspect of inclusivity, so that everybody feels comfortable with sanitation, right? Now, the issue is what really happens to children and the women. It is very easy for men to go for a short call. Thank you to the morphology and our makeup. For the lady to go for a short call, she has to be literally naked, right? Now we are asking, what can be done to make the women comfortable when using the toilets? Efforts have been made, but the options available for the women really leave a big gap. In India, inadequate privacy encouraged OD, okay? Because somebody is not very safe in the toilet, there's a roof for other spaces. In Bangladesh, the toilet apertures are so big and the children were scared to go to the toilet. So we are saying the design of the toilet would discourage use of the toilet by the children. And then inadequate prioritization of these groups will continue giving us problems towards reaching our SDGs. So we are asking in the slums, where we have very close households, people living together, are the needs of the women and those of the children taken care of. Limited studies report on vulnerabilities related to encounters in the slum. So there's a gap that we require to fill. Despite all the evidence, Nakuru is trying to do very well in all areas. And actually we were very happy being in Nakuru to do study in an area called Kaptembwa. Very well, good efforts of CLTS, good efforts of toilet management, but still gaps for women exist. So the study examined suitability of toilets for use by women and children. Design was a convergent mixed methods. Study area Kaptembwa in Nakuru. Sampling, simple random sampling of 80 households heads. The purposely chosen FGD participation. Data was of course analyzed. Qualitative data was collected using questionnaires and assumption checklist. And the other data, which was quantitative, will be used focus group discussions, focusing on women, caregivers of children, PHOs, local leaders, and the other people who are willing to work with us on the same. So data was analyzed and presented in percentages and frequencies, and inferential statistics was done logistic regression. So the other data we have is as follows. Now, key questions that were asked to really see if the toilets are suitable for women were toilets are separated by gender. So do we have ladies' toilets clearly labeled women and clearly labeled women and clearly labeled men? So you realize that we have the true and false, and 72% said really the toilets are not labeled by gender. Two, toilet location where women and children can easily access the results were telling us, yes, the toilets are well located. And then 20% were saying false. So these questions guided. Toilets have well sized holes, the apertures for children, and then all of them, again, we're trying to say 16%. That tells you the children are not comfortable using the toilets. Children do not use toilets because of high position of door latches. The child is 5-year-old, they want to use a toilet, but the door latch is too what? They have to lift their hands and they can't reach the latch, so they cannot use a toilet. A sharing of toilets across gender was uncomfortable for women due to need for privacy. They said clearly that when they go to the toilet, they have the block of toilets, toilet 1, 2, 3, like that. So when a man gets into toilet number 1, and ladies in toilet number 2, they feel like they are sharing one toilet. The issues of the toilet studies, they make them very uncomfortable. So the woman takes longer in the toilet, and the man would have finished earlier, and both of them are hearing or feeling for whatever is happening in their toilet. So they wished, can we have that toilet for women reserved, and that toilet for men reserved? Same case with the men. They also felt, really, if I'm going to the toilet and my children also going to the toilet, we are all queuing to go to the toilet. The man is not comfortable also using the toilet when the child is the next door, right? So we still have to see what can be done about privacy. On location, toilets that were located in dark corners were not used at night. Then various toilets remained locked because of cleanliness. They want their toilet clean, so what do? They lock it. So when you want to use a toilet, you cannot access the key to the toilet. What do? Open defecation. The toilet is there, well done, but the key is hidden to maintain the cleanness of the toilets. So you can see that photograph shows, yes, the toilet is there, well done, well labeled, everything done, but that padlock tells you that the toilet will only be used by the one holding the key. Again, the next issue regarded maintenance of toilets, and we were asking, women do not use poorly maintained toilets, and they said it is true, they want to use a clean toilet. Frequency of toilet cleaning, you can see, rarely cleaned, regularly cleaned, cleaned all the time and all that. So yes, they are trying to clean, but the frequency could be cleaned once a week. Yet we have 12 or 20 households with 3 children each, so it's a population of 60. And then we are cleaning the toilets once in a week. So you can see most of the days the toilets are very dirty. So hand washing facilities with water, yes, the 6% had water, hand washing facilities, and 74%, which is 92%, do not have hand washing facilities. What do the women want? To use the toilet and wash their hands. Why? They are on menstruation, they're using pads, and that requires hard cleaning because of the nature of changing the pad and disposing it. So if you don't provide hand washing facilities, even if you provided the toilet, the women are very uncomfortable. That's the nature of toilet. You can see the huge aperture, which would prevent the children from using the toilet. And you can see the door without, toilet without a door, which again tells you that the women don't want to use a toilet without a door because of their morphology. So it really exposes them to a lot of other problems. Again, you can see, when I talk about cleaning of toilets, you can see again, nobody wants to use. Look at figure number 5, urine and feces on toilet floor. And then again, we have toilets without door. Again, no woman wants to do that kind of toilet. Even if in the slum or even in the office, they want privacy and cleanliness. So none of the toilets had menstrual hygiene bins. Even flush toilets, women weren't comfortable with them. Then you can see that red bag, they have improvised because they are living in slums and they are living in congested areas. They have improvised and put a small paper bag where the women can put the used pads. The question was, how often is that bag emptied? How hygienic is it? So they were saying, yes, we fold the used pads and put in that bag, and they hope that the cleaners will remove that paper bag, take the used pads away, and replace another paper bag. So again, you can see how difficult it is. But then the other bit is that they really would have wished that, the customs, that if I'm on menstruation and I've changed my pad and I've thrown it, and somebody has found it outside with exposing my blood, it also can be used for witchcraft. That's a tradition, that's a belief in that particular point. So the women will fold it, close it, hide it. But then the point is, when they try to use the bins, improvised bins with plastics, or even metal, they buy from the supermarket, then again, those people who sell plastics for reuse, Nakuru is a center for recycling and for innovations. The people will come at night and steal the bins and sell them as what? As scrap metal or reusable or everything. So then what do they do? Who is going to help the women in the slums? So if you look at the observation checklist, again, the graph there shows the parameters we checked, and you can see things are not okay. So on inflation statistics, when the toilets are clean, the women would be very much like to use the toilets. But if the toilets are not clean, then even if you have the toilets, they just remain toilets. Women who access toilets located far at night had 71.9% chances of defecating in the open. If they're very far, what do the women do? They are fearing to go and probably get all the issues of being raped, harassed, and all that. So they would rather just go behind the house and finish their business. So comfortability of women with toilets. Okay, the comfort of using the toilet increased by 3.6 times with toilets accessibility, safety at night, and privacy. So if you want women to use the toilet, then we provide those parameters. Toilets were not comfortable for women, for children, and the children would fear so much the wide apertures. They feel anxious. They actually fall in the toilet because they want to see what is it that is the toilet. So anytime we're building toilets that children are supposed to use the toilet, then we have to be careful. What are the children seeing how big is the aperture, so that we encourage them to use the toilets. In conclusion, provision of unfriendly toilets for women amplified their struggles, and children and responsive sanitation facilities discouraged independent toilet use. The women have to be close, the caregivers have to be close to the children to make them use the toilet. Yet the child is being taught to use the toilet. If it is friendly, they will actually go to the toilet on their own and they will learn good practices. Next, although we are making progress, we need to really center the thoughts around women and children so that we leave no one behind. Then programming over slum sanitation should incorporate structurally friendly toilets that address the needs of women and children. Yes, we will be sharing this work with Nakuru to make them incorporate the policy of smaller apertures and make them understand that maintenance of toilets is as equivalent and as important as construction of the toilets. Yeah. Then the last point I have there is women and children needs are really to be planned for. We've got to respond to their needs so that we leave no one behind. Thank you very much. We'll see.
Again, thank you very much, Dr. Lidian, for such a nice presentation. The presentation you've had has spoken to the first talk by our speaker here. Why we should really consider women and children. I was thinking about the aspect of children, and you know, by age 1.5, a child should be using a facility. But in these places, you find a child is using a facility when they are 12 years old. Other times, the mother has to be in the house with a magazine, so that she carries this stuff to the toilet because of such issues. So these presentations are speaking to you, leaders of tomorrow. When you're doing any project in regard to provision of facilities, you are well informed. You are thinking about who is the use of this facility. But the key thing is always embrace inclusivity. Embrace the aspect of inclusivity. And whichever place that you go, always think about the beliefs of these particular people that can hinder the usage of facilities. Some places you go, you find even if the toilets are closed, people use comfortably. Other places you find, there are those who are advanced can use the same facility. But you find there are others who need these facilities separately. You must respect those. Just ensure you provide the facilities responding to the individual community's needs. And embrace the concept of inclusivity, accessibility, safety, and sustainability. Is it okay? So thank you very much for your patience. I really hope that you're learning as you advance towards becoming the professionals in this particular field. For now, we should be breaking for tea. We are just 7 minutes late. We'll take only 10 to 15 minutes, and then we get back so that we are here to start our next session. Is it okay? So thank you very much, and a loud applause for our speakers today. Thank you very much.
So thank you, members. We will be back in a short while.
adoption of sanitation systems in rural communities, case of Tharaka North Sub-County, Tharaka Nithi County, Kenya.
You can see your presentation, so it's not online. You can see your presentation. Umetumia gani? The one with Grace Centers.
Yeah, the one.
So it's not on Zoom. I'm following you. Escape, then stop share, then share. We can only see the screen, your screen. You can see. Share screen, then share. As you put on the
of Tharaka North Sub-County, Tharaka Nithi County, Kenya. Rural sanitation has sometimes been ignored due to an emphasis is much laid on peri-urban and informal settlements. That green provision at the household is a critical step which ensures proper disposal of human excreta. Recent studies from JSA have shown that many issues of sanitation access are related to cultural and social values. Universal access to sanitation can only be attended through adoption and active use of improved sanitation facilities and systems, which ensures complete separation of human contact from the excreta. There exists a gap on the influence of social and cultural factors on the adoption of sanitation systems in rural communities. The studies sought to examine the influence of socio-cultural factors on the adoption of sanitation systems in rural communities. The design was convergent with mixed methods approach, sampled 388 respondents, certified and proportionate simple random sampling for household heads. There was purposive sampling for 13 FGD participants, where quantitative data was gathered using structural questionnaires and observation checklists from the household heads. Data analysis was done using SPSS 25, which generated descriptive and inferential statistics. There was the matrix analysis for qualitative data. More males, a percentage of 63, than females participating in this study, where only 6% attained formal education. Men mostly took overall charge of household matters, and women took lesser roles in decision making. Christianity is the most common religion which has been practiced. Hence, mostly there is no sanitation barriers and in connection to religion in that area. Majority, 85% of the participants adopted and improved pit latrines, whereas 25% of the households open defecation was evident. The latrine characteristics included 55% were dirty, 45% with nuisances, 5% were unroofed, 45% had no slabs, while 17% untattered walls. An improved toilet adoption was the leading form of sanitation systems at mean of 2.912, then followed by latrine use at 2.517 and open defecation at 2.316. Correlation between gender roles and open defecation was positive and significant, 0.474. The relationship between the religion beliefs and open defecation with improved toilets was non-significant, present value of greater 0.04. Traditions and open defecation recorded negative relationship, negative 0.256. Knowledge also influenced the adoption of sanitation systems at a mean of 4.5, standard deviation 0.492. Access to improved sanitation is a challenge due to the socio-cultural factors such as presence of toilets, knowledge and gender, religion and belief and traditions. There is limited involvement of women in sanitation systems, designing and construction. Open defecation is still being practiced and sanitation matters are lowly prioritized. Recommend that the public health officers should popularize the approved toilet designs. Community-led top-to sanitation should both target open defecation and enlighten residents on the dangers of adopting unimproved latrines. The Ministry of Health should also review sanitation policies to address both adults' excrete disposal and management of children feces in rural communities. Women also should be included in decision-making and household sanitation matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we can have the next presenter. That is me. It's me. Okay.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Yes, good morning. My name is Asiniu Kelly, and I'm going to present to you the work by the title Influence of Socio-Economic Factors to Long-Term Adoption of Improved Sanitation through CLTS, that is in Magarini, Sub-County, Kilifi, Kenya. So here we are talking about CLTS, and just briefly, we can see that actually CLTS is actually an innovative and an integrated approach that empowers the community actually to reduce the impact of open defecation at the community level. Yes, and basically it supports the communities to eliminate open defecation at the community level, and also construction of latrines at the community level to actually attain the open defecation free status.
To our online listeners, please be patient. We will resume shortly. Technical issue. On my side, it's not moving. I'm controlling it.
On my side, it's you.
Yes. If it's not moving on my end, you're not on Zoom. Screen share, then share. Can you see your screen?
I can't see our screen.
I don't see the screen with the forced presenters. Now share. Pick the document. Share. Where is it? Then share. Screen sharing is okay. Just Is your work on Flash?
No, it's okay.
Are you on Flash?
Yes, it's here.
Yeah. Exit there.
Thank you. Now let's continue. We can see that WHO actually identifies water and sanitation improvements, and it says that water and hygiene can reduce global diseases by 10%, and diarrhea is prevalent due to inadequate sanitation, and that is by Wesonga et al. And we see that OD rates in Kenya are at 14%, and specifically Kilifi County having 73%, and this was by the MOH 2022 report. With this, there is need to scale up CLTS activities in Magarini now sub-county, where now the study measured, where only 10% of the villagers are certified.
Is there something wrong with the connection? Is there something wrong with your... Just present to them as well. Is there something you want?
long-term adherence to CLTS-driven initiatives in the sub-county. And the methodology that was used was cross-sectional observational study with a sample size of 38 respondents who are actually the household heads. The calculation method was Yamane that was used to calculate the sample size, while the sample technique which was proportional sampling, which was gathered up across all the 6 administrative wards. Data was gathered during a structured questionnaire, and analysis was by SPSS version 25. Let's go to the results. The first one was an association between Magarini respondents to the level of education, and as we can see, there was no statistically significant association between P, which was 0.19, and the population of Magarini. And this was because of random chances rather than the systematic chances. So when we continue, we see that actually this study actually agrees with the one that was done in Bangladesh that indicates that education or educated actually individuals are more likely to understand and adopt newer health promoting behaviors, which was done by Carl and Chambers. And also there was higher education links to improved CLTS as seen from these results, and more so increased latrine usage from some of the wards like Sabaki and Gongoni. Then also we see that community cohesion, local leadership and cultural practices might be more crucial than just education. This one was also observed from the study, and it was also learned that with this significant lack of association between education levels and population distribution, there is need for comprehensive strategies that consider actually multiple social and cultural factors that can be designed to implement CLTS interventions in the sub-county. So the second results, it was on frequency distribution on socioeconomic resources available for implementing CLTS. And on this, we find that personal savings contributes to actually 33.5%, and it's actually the predominant source of CLTS funding for as found out by this research. And this highlights a qualitative distribution of justification as far as CLTS is concerned. And also, we see that the study suggests that individuals often prioritize immediate health outcomes over the potential financial burden. That's what was founded, and there were immediate needs, and the immediate needs actually overshadows the long-term financial sustainability from these members from this sub-county called Magarini. And we see that factors such as weather conditions and market fluctuations significantly impacts agricultural income and making it unstable for funding some of the source of funding for CLTS initiatives in this sub-county. And we also see that income is more dependable. Income for those who are formally employed, income is more dependable in funding community initiatives, and this also aligns perfectly with a research done by Carl and Chambers from Bangladesh. The third result, it was on frequency distribution of existing sanitation infrastructure, that is SC and CLTS. And as you can see, where larger population of the members disagrees. Because actually the question for this, it was that existing sanitation infrastructure in your community are adequate for successful implementation. So the respondents were to either agree or disagree with it. And we can see that a larger percentage, that was 34.1, disagreed with it. And these others, actually, they were way below it. And the frequency reveals that varied perception amounts to crucial. Varied perception were actually highlighted. Out of this, only 15% of the residents were aware of existing sanitation infrastructure, which underscores the need for enhanced communication and awareness campaign. Because majority of them actually did not actually knew that these infrastructures existed. So there is need for communication and also involving the community in the implementation or in coming up with such structures so that the community can understand them and also embrace them. On discussion, we see that 3% of funding comes from personal savings that actually, and this actually shows a very strong personal commitment of people of Magarini sub-county to fund CLTS. And there is also a growing need of varied and sustainable funding sources. And because they can not only depend on personal funding, so they also need to diversify ways in which they can look for sources in which they can fund or they can sustain CLTS initiatives in this sub-county. The findings also support a broader research on rural sanitation fundings. There is also a need for rural sanitation fundings to come up with projects so that they can fund this initiative. And the study also found that the perception of the community members are not homogeneous, pointing to a complex landscape of opinions. Because we could see that actually a higher number disagreed and only a few concurred with the results. In conclusion, we find that increased investments in sanitation infrastructures and maintenance is actually needed, and implementation of tailored strategies for each location based on local resources is actually should actually be prioritized. Then promotion of personal savings, agricultural products, and employment income are crucial for CLTS sustainability, which also agrees that the varied perception of sanitation infrastructure highlights need for multi-phased approach to improve the awareness and engagement of people when coming out with these sanitation infrastructures. In recommendation, the study recommends that there should be a secure, diversified funding sources to support CLTS, implement flexible policies considering urban-rural settings on socioeconomic status in enhancing CLTS initiatives, and also there should be enhanced communication to raise more awareness on existing sanitation infrastructure so that people can actually embrace them, and then emphasis to be put more on community involvement so that it can improve sanitation outcomes. So that is the co-author who was in the field doing actually an interview with the household head in a village called Gongoni in Magarini sub-county. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We shall have another presenter, and that next presenter is going to be Jebet. Merci. And as Jebet presents, one John. you can prepare to engage on that.
That's it. Eric, did you have two papers or one paper? So you're presenting them?
I presented the first one, but presenting the next.
Over Zoom. Do it over Zoom. So drop it and share, screen share, and then screen share. Zoom. Just do full screen. You're on Zoom now. Full screen is on the left, on the extreme. It's okay now.
Good morning. My name is MUSTIC2. My topic is economic factors influencing selection of sanitation technologies in Kapseret sub-county, Uasin Gishu, Kenya. Proper sanitation, good hygiene, and clean water improves our living standards, and poor sanitation has health effects according to WHO. Approximately 2 billion lack basic sanitation, that is the one that is not following the full sanitation chain from containment, pit emptying, up to the disposal points. Many Africans lack access to improved sanitation, and in Kenya the sanitation coverage covers 50%, which is represented by 6 million who are still practicing OD from the total population of Kenya. Objective is to examine the economic factors impacting household adoption of available sanitation technologies in Kapseret sub-county in Uasin Gishu. I used descriptive research design, and with a population of 59,746, I was able to get 475 households using the Mugenda formula. This is the sample size distribution of the 4 areas where I collected my data, and as you can see how it was spreaded, Pioneer being the highest, having a big number of population, and from the 475, it's also having the bigger sample size, 340, summing up to 475 from the other wards. Data management was presented using percentages, tables, mean, standard deviation, and graphs. Data analysis, I used SPSS 26 version, and also analyzed using the correlation, regression, and ANOVA. Data collection, I used interview, guide, and questionnaires. And these are the findings from the independent factor, being economic factors, how it influenced the selection of sanitation technology. It was found out that the leading people who had source of income were the employed, those on salary, with a percentage of 43.2%. Those who had businesses was 40%. Those who were practicing farming was 14%. And the smaller percentage of 1.9% depended on well-wishers. On the level of education, there was a small percentage of residents of the households who did not have basic education. Those who the highest level of education was primary was 37%. And those who had secondary level education were 24.4%. Those who were able to reach college or tertiary colleges was a representation of 35.2%, and those who were able to have a university level education was 31%. For the level of income, we find out that in Kapseret, those who were earning less than 10,000 was 0.6%. Those who were earning between 10,000 and 50,000 was 2.3%. And those who were earning above 50,000 to 100,000 was 21,000. And those who were able to have a higher income of 100,000 to 500,000 was 47.6%. There was a percentage also who their income exceeded 500,000, and that is presented by 23.4%. In terms of housing and sanitation, we found out that most people were living on rented houses, being presented at 69.3%, and those who owned their homes was represented at 30.7%. The housing structure, those who had permanent houses was represented at 54.5%. Those who had semi-structures or semi-permanent houses was at 34.1%, and those who had temporary houses was 11%. In terms of the sanitation technology they were using, those who had improved from the 475 sample size, 328 had improved sanitation technology, representing at 69.1%. And those who had unimproved sanitation technology was at 30.9%. From the water sources they're using, those using surface water in Kapseret, 7.6% used surface water. Borehole and those who are using shallow wells was at 15.8%. Pipe water and treated was 73.1%, and rainwater was 3.6%. They have storages to harvest the rainwaters that can take them for a long period of time. And when finding out whether their sanitation was reliable or not, 255 say that they are not satisfied with their sanitation facility, and 46.3% was certified with their sanitation facilities. As you can see, these are the type of sanitation technology, coverage or spread, the least being the bucket latrine at 0.4%, followed by temporary pit latrine at 6.5%, ventilated improved pit at 18.5%. Those who had poor flush toilets linked to a septic tank was presented at 34.3%, and those who were connected to sewer systems or toilet was 38.5%, and a smaller percentage, their poor flush toilets was linked to a sewer system, which is 1.7%. The data analysis, the correlation analysis, you can see I've rated the factors influencing the choice of adoption in terms of cost of installation and maintenance, prestige of the society, reliability and durability of sanitation technology, availability of construction and installation material, and the level of income. And you can see the differences of their mean. It relates directly with the type of sanitation they will choose. Somebody who have available materials definitely will be able to build or to get a good sanitation technology, and depending on the income you have, it will also have an impact on what type of sanitation technology you use. These are the end. These are the socio-cultural, which is not emphasized in this objective. I can do that. And the correlation matrix. This is presenting the relation between the coefficients, showing the relationship between the variables. And as you all know, that at 1, it shows that it relates strongly. And there's a tendency, it relates strongly with itself. For instance, if you can see on this other end of the employment status versus the other end, it's at 1, saying that it relates strongly with each other. Using the ANOVA test, the dependent variable being the type of house, and the intercept being the type of sanitation technology, the significance was at 0.01. To conclude, choosing toilets in Kapseret sub-county is complex. It is determined by the level of income, the level of education, because as I had said earlier, people with more education tend to have better toilets than those who are not educated. Affordability is the biggest hurdle, because you'll find somebody would wish to have a good toilet facility or a good sanitation option, but because he or she cannot afford, will just use any available sanitation option, because being a basic need, you have to have it. So the majority do not also understand the sanitation rules or their purpose. If they could understand well that having a sustainable option, they will choose the one that goes through from collection to disposal, and is suitable and sustainable in their community. The recommendations and future research, it would be good if there was financial incentives, for instance, subsidies, microloans, or community savings programs. If there was a loan that was given at a subsidy for somebody to access it and build a good sanitation facility, this will help the people of Kapseret. Also, demonstration projects showcasing affordable solutions. Nowadays, there are several options. The EcoSan, for instance, if demonstrations can be done and people are educated on the goodness of it, it could be good, so that the perception of, like, there's a school in Wasingishu, they are using the UDD, the one that is diverting urine and fecal. It's very good and they are getting good compost out of it. But because people are having perceptions on the organic of the fecal matter, yet it's having a good impact. It's good to educate them and tell them how good this can improve our crops and also the environment in the long run. Prioritize community engagement and participation, and also foster partnership for expertise and resources. and invest in capacity building and knowledge sharing, and also empower the communities to drive change. If the community is empowered, they are empowered and their lifestyle will also improve, also leading to them having a good sanitation technology. Thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. I had already called out Nyanga, next presenter. So I want to have Eric following. Sorry for that, but you presented after that.
Exit. 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 Drop, then you screen share. Drop the toolbar, then you screen share. Drop the toolbar, then you screen share.
Good afternoon, it's morning. I'm John Mogo, and my co-authors are Dr. MUSTIC2, Dr. Joy Ryugu. The title is Influence of Knowledge and Awareness of fecal sludge containment technologies in fecal sludge management. This is a case study of Aden Basal County in Machakos County, Kenya.
You can't see.
You can't see?
You can't see the presentation. It's not shared. I can only hear you. Drop and then share the Zoom. Zoom, then share. Then
It's okay. So I can proceed. Containment technologies and methods or systems or devices that are used to confine, collect, or turn off the eco waste to the environment, thereby minimizing the potential health and environmental risk. Containment technologies are part of on-site sanitation systems. On-site sanitation systems serve about 2.8 billion people in urban, low and mid-low income areas. And this number is expected to double by the year 2030. We can see that a smaller number about that is about that 9% of the whole population. It's the one that has access to safely managed sanitation. Because site management is crucial in management of sanitation in urban areas. However, there is limited information or empirical evidence on the impact of knowledge and awareness in fecal sludge management. Objective of the research was to evaluate the extent to which knowledge and awareness of containment technologies influence the performance of fecal sludge management in the River Sub-County, Machakos County. And our study adopted a cross-section study capturing both quantitative and qualitative data. And the study was based within the River Sub-County, which is about 30 kilometers southeast of Nairobi. The population of study area, that is the River Sub-County, is about 322,499 inhabitants. And in this we have about 109,735 households. This is according to the government of Kenya. The participants of the study included the household heads, both of house owners and tenants, and also the persons of interest, including the sanitation experts. We determined a sample size of 399 using Yamane's approach, 399 household heads using Yamane's approach. Stratified random sampling was used to group the study population into stratas, and from the stratas the household heads were selected using simple random sampling. Purposive sampling was used to select sanitation experts and persons of interest. Structured questionnaires and observations were used to collect or gather quantitative data, while qualitative data was gathered by using interviews with persons of interest or sanitation experts using a structured checklist. And we did a quantitative analysis using descriptive analysis. This included means, percentages, and standard deviation. And also we did inferential analysis through using regression. And then qualitative analysis, we did this basing it on the study themes. Then we can go to the results discussion. We found out that the prevalent containment technologies were pit, latrine, and septic tank, with the septic tanks having a percentage of 67.2. And these from the respondents, one of the reasons they chose septic tanks is because the area has fatty soils, and these fatty soils collapse when saturated. And then also in the areas where the pit latrines were more prevalent, you could find them in areas was a bit difficult for them to access the pit latrines. And then we wanted to evaluate how their knowledge or awareness of the type of containment technologies and on the type the available containment technologies. We had a mean of 3.01, and Our mean here is based on a Likert scale of a 5-point Likert scale, of which a score of 1 shows a strong disagreement, and a score of 5 shows a stronger agreement. So a mean of 3.01, this shows a moderate level of knowledge of the various containment technologies. And then with a standard deviation of 1, the standard deviation, high standard deviation shows the variability in the responses of the respondents. When you go to the interest in learning about best practices, these are the mean of 3.97, and this shows that most of the it shows that the respondents had interest in learning about best practices of containment technologies. Then we can see the other statements like familiarity with the proper maintenance practices at a mean of 3.63, awareness of benefits of using technologies at a mean of 2.80, ability to identify potential limitations or challenges in containment technologies at a mean of 2.73. And then we have an aggregate mean of 3.13. Then we go to the performance of fecal sludge management. When we ask them whether the fecal waste is effectively contained, see the mean here was 2.32. This is a disagreement, so this means the participants and the perception that the fecal waste from these containment technologies is not effectively managed. Then the containment system meets health and environmental standards. These are a mean of 2.52. The treatment process is effective at a mean of 2.65. The disposal methods are environmental friendly. These are a mean of 2.90. No pollution from containment at a mean of 1.70. And then the aggregate mean was 2.36, and this shows a negative perception that fecal sludge was not well managed. Then we go to regression. From the R that we have, the R shows us that the relationship of, between the predictors and the dependent variable, of which here our predictor is the containment technology and knowledge and awareness. And an R of 0.593 shows that there was a moderate relationship between the predictors and the dependent variable. And then from the R square, we can deduce that our predictors, that is the independent variables, were able to explain that 5.1% of the variability in fecal sludge management. From the linear regression, we were able to find whether the two independent variables, whether they were significant. And on containment technology, you can see that we had a significant p-value of 0.00, less than 0.001, and this is less than 0.005 at 95% confidence level. And this shows that containment technology was significant in predicting or influencing the performance of fecal sludge management, and with a coefficient of 0.377. Knowledge and awareness had a p-value of less than 0.001. So also this one was significant in influencing the performance of fecal sludge management, but it had a negative coefficient of negative 0.172, and this shows that a low level of knowledge and awareness leads to a low level of performance of fecal sludge management. The summary of our model is explained by the linear regression equation shown, where y is the dependent variable, 2.491 is the constant, and 0.377 is the coefficient of the first independent variable, and negative 0.172 is the coefficient of the second independent variable, that is knowledge and awareness. Conclusions and recommendations. Conclusion, we found out that the prevalent containment technologies in the study area were pit latrines and septic tank. We also found out that we concluded that there is moderate level of awareness among the participants regarding containment technologies, and the level of knowledge and awareness significantly affected or influenced the performance of fecal sludge management. And, a decrease in the level of knowledge and awareness leads to a decrease in the level of performance of fecal sludge management. So the recommendation, I have 2 recommendations. One is to implement education initiatives to the community to improve their knowledge on the various containment technologies and the management of fecal sludge. And also further research can be done to explain the remaining 65% of the variation in fecal sludge management. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now we propose that that is Eric and Gatti. Gatti? Yes. That you do your presentations and then we'll have a discussion. Eric.
Good afternoon. Okay, that.
Drop your presentation, then screen share. Drop, then screen share. Then share. Stop sharing. Have it on the toolbar, so to just screen share. Then screen share. Screen share. Went too fast. Didn't you? Please. It's fine.
Okay, good afternoon once again. So I'm Eric Cheriot. Starting a topic on technologies used in sanitation delivery in informal settlement as Mukuru Kwarube, and those are my co-authors. Okay, according to UNICEF, We have a sustainable development call 6.2 that aims to increase access to safely managed sanitation by 2030 for all. And however, in sub-Saharan Africa, we find that the CO coverage stands at 17%, and we subject most of our population to health and safety risk, as diarrheal cases, and sanitation-related diseases. Although intervention to address sanitation intervention in informal settlements has been advanced, there has been a challenge. You find that in this informal settlement, for example, Kenya, there has been a project known as KSIP, that's Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project, that aimed to increase services and infrastructure in this informal settlement. However, it's a project that was funded at a cost of 165 total cost of the project, and implementing cost of $155 US. However, you find that this household, you find that 11% of households have access to toilet, another 16% are sharing toilet in this Mukuru slums. Also, only 7.6% are served by sewer system, and also for container-based sanitation services, you find that the cost for collection stands at 22 USD per month for each household capita. Also, 5% of this sewage that's effluent from these technologies are safely treated. Also, another study according to Coburn et al. 2017 found that the community groups and NGOs on pitch latrine in this informal settlement. However, you find that these are not connected to sewer system, which goes against the investment that is invested by Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project. Also, according to Coburn et al. 2017, you find that the yard shared toilets were owned by structure owners, and these toilets also had poor operation and maintenance. Therefore, there was a need to carry out this study to investigate this technology that were used to deliver this. And my research design, I include a descriptive design, survey design. With my sample size, I used Yamane Testa 1967, and I arrived at a sample size of 100, which was sufficient for this study. The sampling design that I used for this study was a simple random and a cluster. I clustered this population to 10 administrative villages from the 16 villages because there has been an intervention that has been commissioned these 10 villages in Mukuru. Okay, and the study utilized this cluster sampling due to the nature of households which existed in cluster in this area. Data collection method for this, I use questionnaire for this, an observational checklist, and for reliability and validity for the data, I got a 0.6, which was relatively good, and which was assimilated to 20 respondents. For analysis of my data, I used descriptive, which was using frequency distributions and proportion for this. And for inferentials, I used Pearson correlation analysis, and as one of the inferential, I use also an ANOVA analysis of variance and multiple regression as stepwise for this variable. And that was my regression equation. The Y was the dependent variable for my study, measuring on the accessibility, accountability, affordability, and availability for this sanitation technology, which was measured against the B is the coefficient for that, a constant, B1 being the coefficient for the first independent variable, and to see if it has an effect on accessibility and affordability for this sanitation technology. For ethical consideration, I got ethical consideration from MIREC, that's maybe Institutional Research Review Committee, and this also responded or briefed on the benefit and risk for participating in the study, so that they had also a right to withdraw from the study, and it was voluntary to participate in this study. These are the results for my study. You'll find that the picture team made the most preferred options as quoted from the study. However, you find that just 2% of respondents indicated that they were using composting toilet. The second one was a fresh toilet, whereby 18% indicated that they were using the fresh toilet. System flush or accounted for 12%. So it appears that the common on-site sanitation option for containment of excluding this was the pit latrines, which agrees to CMU and Scott et al., which found that pit latrines remain the most preferred sanitation option for containment in this informal settlement. That's our analysis of variants. On relating now the type of technologies, that is toilet technology used, and the dependent variable for this study, that's accessibility, affordability, and accountability for the sanitation providers for this toilet. We see that there is a significant variation in accountability, availability, and affordability for this sanitation technology based on the interpreting factor of the p-value, which was less than 0.05, as you can see. Also, I carried out a post-test test, that's a turkey test, and there was a significant variation among people using the specific technology now. People using the power flush, people using the cistern flush type of toilet, and those without the option of using this, because there are people who are not at no toilet in this informal settlement. So it appears that there is a clear disparity in accessibility, availability, and accountability for this sanitation technology for containing a toilet, which agrees to Mansell and Chandler 2017. And for their study, they linked it to limited spaces, the routes, and insecure land tenures in these informal settlements. A continuation, this aggregation analysis, trying to understand the link between the sanitation technology in terms of accessibility, in terms of affordability, in terms of accountability, and in terms of for this case now it's on accessibility, and trying to link now which one of the factors or the predictors for this. And for this model, 26% of that's R squared explained the variation for model 1, and for model 2 it was that 6% of the predictors will be explained. So in model 1, you see that for unit increase in the construction or installation process for the toilet resulted in an accessibility of 72% or 0.725. For model 2, there are two predictors, as in this is a type of toilet and the construction installation process. And for every unit increase in cost of construction and installation process of the toilet that we've seen, predicted the value of accessibility by 60% or 0.6. Thank you for that. For containment, I went in and transportation of sludge from this containment facility. We can see that a larger percentage, we accounted for 34%, indicated that they were using buckets to dislodge from these containment facilities. However, the respondent indicated that 12% they had access to sewer lines in these informal settlements. So it's apparent from this finding that there is low sewerage coverage in Mukuru, and which goes against the SDG 6.2 on increasing access that we'd seen earlier on in the introduction, which is in line now with Maka and Fan and Silva, which link to politicization of human waste in this informal settlement and links to politics of blockage, sabotage, and historical and racial segregation in this informal settlement and infrastructure. This is now a correlation analysis, there's a Pearson correlation analysis, trying to relate now the accessibility of this toilet facility with the type of toilet facility. So we can see that there was a moderate correlation between accessibility and construction and installation process of toilet with an R, that's a moderate positive relationship of 0.546, and which was statistically significant. However, we can see that the accessibility and siting of this toilet depicted a negative correlation, a weak negative correlations. So we can see that there is a variation in accessibility, which is in agreement with Ferguson and Tillmans, who found that the coverage, the cost, and distance influence the use of these toilet facilities. in terms of the option available for excreta and sludge treatment in these informal settlements, there was a questionnaire which was asking the respondents, and 39% of the respondents indicated that they treated their waste as an option by throwing in the open grounds. However, there was also another 16% that they said that they were disposing to rivers in these informal settlements. We see that the majority of restaurants are not treating and disposing the excreta using the correct ways, or which is against the SDG 6.2. So the recycling practices also are better explained by Russell et al. 2019, who found that dislodging were mostly done by unskilled operators who found that they are dislodging in open grounds, and others using rivers, others using landfills. Okay, that's a continuation. Emptying and transportation, that's analysis of variation on this technology for transportation and emptying on this slide. We see also there was significant variation in accessibility, availability, and accountability in the provision for these sanitation technologies that were used for emptying and transportation of sludge. However, you see that there was no significant difference on the affordability. Okay, so for post-hoc tests that were carried out to determine the specific variation in this, there was significant variation in people using the seaworks, people using the trucks, and also people using the handcart and buckets. So this significant difference also conformed to Mallory et al., Mutsatiri, and Ofori, who linked to politics of segregation, that there are segregation in these informal settlements. Also, they supported in the provision of this infrastructure and blockage and distributed service regime in this informal settlement. So a continuation, that's also that's an over analysis on the same on excreta treatment and disposal for this technology that we had identified. You find that also there was significant variation in accessibility, accountability based on the interpretation of the p-value, and which is in agreement also with the Frage and Abbott et al. 2017. To conclude on this study, we find that the study concludes that the type of sanitation technology and the construction and installation processes we've seen significant influence availability, accessibility, and accountability for the sanitation providers of this. Also, on the second conclusion, there is a significant variation, as we've seen from the analysis of areas of ANOVA test, in accessibility, accountability, availability, and affordability of these sanitation technologies. In my recommendation, the study recommends that sanitation stakeholders as Ministry of Water, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment and Forestry.
We let Gatia present, and then we shall have a discussion. We continue. Let's sit there.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Ngatia. I'm presenting, examining the occupational health risks and socioeconomic challenges faced by sanitation workers in urban slums. Well, you may have noticed that all the presenters before me were talking about sanitation. So I'm going to talk about a very critical aspect of this whole service value chain, that is the workforce. Over 3.6 billion people lack access to safely managed sanitation, that's according to WHO. Rapid urbanization in urban Sahara Africa, especially in Nairobi, Kenya, has led to poor sanitation in informal settlements like in Mukuru, Korube, where this study is based. Sanitation workers in these areas face complex challenges, including hazardous environments and unorganized fecal sludge management. These workers suffer from low societal recognition, that's according to Morrow et al., and other issues such as marginalization, according to World Bank and Yan et al., World Bank 2019, and Yan et al. 2015. The safety and health of this workforce is often neglected, despite the global recognition of sanitation playing a critical role in global health. In Bangladesh, for example, ZAPO 2020, and in India, and that's according to World Bank 2019, report that sanitation workers face challenges such as extortion and poor pay. Research on occupational hazards for sanitation workers, especially in formal settlements, remains limited, with the past studies focusing more on technologies and exposure risks. So this study sought to achieve the following specific objectives: identify the key occupational hazards faced by this workforce, and also assess the socio-economic and the cultural factors influencing their safety, and then propose recommendations for improving the situation. This is a unique population. There's limited information on documentation of the population. So according to Liddy and Omron in World Bank 2019, we employed a case study approach, mixed methods approach, that would give us a full scope of the challenges experienced by this workforce. We started with 15 sanitation workers from a private sanitation service provider who referred us to others through purposive snowball sampling. Data collection employs semi-structured questionnaires, ethical considerations, ethical approvals were given by NACOSTI. On research findings, there you see that is the sanitation value chain. We start with containment all the way to end use. These are the workers who are engaged from the point of containment all the way to end use. These people, for example, those who clean the toilets are exposed to those fumes. Those who empty, that is in emptying, like my colleague Kiprono has alluded to, in emptying, that is we could be having physical, manual or mechanical. So those people are exposed to hazardous substances like syringes, broken shards of glass, such. In transportation, that is through exhaust or the ambulances, in quotes, what they call them. I will show you the ambulances. And also in treatment. So our study showed that there are 40% of them are exposed to chemical exposure, with the risk being biological risks at 10%. To my right here, you see these photos. That's a manual emptier, doing that work manually. They are not protected, they do not have PPE. Down here, this is at a transfer station, where after they empty, they bring here and discharge it into the sewer system. That's a safer way of managing that, but all the same, they do not have PPE. If you look at their hats, they do not have gloves, they don't have masks. So all socioeconomic factors we have sampled a few area aspects of the questions, whereby we reported that 83% did not use PPE, 65% believe that socioeconomic factors influenced their status to a great extent, 72.5% have no training on sanitation. That came out strongly because they could argue that much of the trainings in the water and sanitation sector are more skewed towards water supply, but sanitation on issues to do with safety, although there are some efforts, they are not yet adequate. On environmental factors, 92.5% exposed to occupational hazards and 80% work in poor conditions, as you can see in that topmost photo. On cultural factors, 67.5 face stigma, that is, they are ostracized with the community due to nature of the work. 57.5 believe cultural factors influence their status to a little extent. On policy, this is to do with, for example, on this transfer station, this interview sought to know, for example, if they had what we call standard operating procedures. Well, for the transfer station, those had them, but those who were privately occupied in the work didn't have those procedures, and they employed whatever worked, whether it's dangerous or not. So 87.5% have no access to welfare services such as washing facilities and such. 85% indicated that government policies do not recognize the work. On the correlation, there was a statistically significant correlation, negative, between poverty and occupational safety and health. There was a statistically significant positive correlation between environmental hazards and occupational safety and health. Lastly, a positive correlation existed between income and occupational health. To conclude, this study highlights diverse hazards faced by this sanitation workforce. There is socioeconomic impact, whereby low income and limited education hinder their safety, dignity, and affordability. Cultural stigma and exclusion due to the nature of the job lead to reduced self-esteem and social isolation among workers. Policy and safety gaps also exist. Recommendations: we recommend comprehensive training and provision and education on use of the PPE. There's also need for tailoring SOPs and working conditions to be improved, and legal protection support networks to be strengthened. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Now, we are at 1 o'clock, and we are likely, or rather, the program suggests that we have a presenter in the afternoon. And our little discussion here, we have decided that we do everything now. And then we do our discussion and go for lunch. So we had said that Alex would be the last one, but I think we can be patient enough to listen to our very last presenter, who will be Dan. You are ready? Yes. Let's listen to Daniel and then we can have our discussion.
Slideshow 10. Screen share. Green. What do you call green? Screen share. Pick the document. Screen share blue. Then the screen share down. Down there you hit full screen. Full screen. Down on the toolbar. Toolbar.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Dan. Good afternoon. A pleasure to present in this international conference. I have a background in civil engineering, and the study that I'm presenting is...
Try to be as brief as possible.
Sure.
Not more than 10 minutes.
Thank you. The study is on the assessment of factors affecting septic tanks performance, case of Chuka municipality in Kenya. From very general knowledge, septic tanks are small containment structures that offer breakdown of fecal matter through decomposition. And this is a practice that is widely in use today world over. And according to SDG 6.2, to achieve this, septic tanks as on-site systems of sanitation technologies is one of the key factors that is in play. And according to World Health Organization 2022 report, global population using septic tanks as sanitation systems was approximately 21% around that time. And in Kenya, if you check JMP data 2024, that percentage is 4.7%, which is actually very low. And to bring it home, in Tharaka Nithi County, that translates to 0.24%, which is very, very low. And in the area of study, that is around 11.1%, not so bad according to NUASCO 2019. There are concerns about adverse effects that failing septic tanks can have on groundwater, mainly due to increased nitrate concentration and microbial contamination, according to Waiter et al. This is a risk to good health, hygiene and safety. And in Chuka municipality, according to NUASCO 2019, there have been a lot of cases of these tanks collapsing, leading to loss of life and property. Failure in septic tank systems have also put fear to users that their neighborhoods could be next online. And that is the background of this study. This study sought to answer questions around 3 objectives. 1, to investigate the level of skills of artisans involved in construction of septic tanks. 2, investigating influence of approval mechanisms. And 3, establishing cost of construction of these tanks to see whether these are parameters of performance of these septic tanks. The study relied on 110 respondents spread across homeowners, 87 of them, attained through census, There is no, the last time data was captured for these persons is 2019, and it was very small, around 115 for this municipality. And artisans or fundis, 18 of them attained through snowball sampling, referral mechanism, and public health officers. 2 of them and public works officers purposefully attained. Data collection involved use of structured questionnaires and carefully prepared interview schedules. This data was analyzed using SPSS version 25, and the relationship of these variables was sought, and data presented using tables and figures. Thematic analysis was done for qualitative data and presented in narratives. Other results and discussion and factors affecting this performance, according to the responses gathered from artisans or fundis, the top concerns were non-adherence to construction standards. 17 of them noted this. Artisan skills levels, 16 of them out of 18. High construction costs, approval, poor approval practices, urban population, and uncertainty being the least 4. Public health and public works officers' input. The top ranking factors was poor design or construction practices, soil characteristics, and tank capacity in this study area. Influence in design construction, again 3 out of 5, which is above average. Compliance and adherence to standards, again majority indicated non-compliance with standards and lack of proper regulatory frameworks. As far as cost is concerned, the homeowners, these were the views gathered from these respondents. Homeowners believe the septic tanks are not the best sanitation solutions due to frequent maintenance issues, risk of leaks, environmental contamination, and unpleasant odors. Again, you can relate this with what the technical people say, that is the artisans. Concerns: septic tanks, if poorly maintained or improperly constructed, pose serious health risks and environmental damage, and the cost of regular pumping and repairs is also burdensome. You know, the inferences that arose from this result in assessing the association between septic tank performance and skills of artisans, approval mechanisms, and cost. This is the findings. And the skills, there is a very strong significant. There's an association between skills and performance. Very high, with a p-value of 0.02. And approval mechanisms, again very high. And not the case for cost. Cost did not come out as a very strong factor. And in my summary, skills of artisans, the impact directly affects quality and performance of septic tanks in these neighborhoods. There's training gap, and many artisans lack formal training, and the recommendation emanating from this is that we need to implement comprehensive training programs and mandatory certification. And approved mechanisms to ensure compliance with safety and quality standards. Many septic tanks lacking proper regulatory approvals, again within this enforced by relevant key players. And the cost, budget constraints lead to compromises in materials and quality, though this did not really come out very strongly, but balancing cost with quality provides affordable, compliant options. And that is my presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Daniel. I now want to open the floor for members' reactions. And not in any order.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. wonderful presentations. I have a question to the presenters. Firstly, allow me to begin with the first presenter who was talking about the influence of socio-cultural factors on adoption of sanitation systems in rural communities in Tharaka, Niti North sub-county. Basically, there is something which I didn't or did not come out clear, maybe for clarification. What were the main socio-cultural factors which were determined through the study? Secondly, how did these factors impact the adoption rate of the sanitation systems? And lastly, what practical implications do your findings have to the policymakers and the practitioners maybe working in those areas? The second presenter, Kelly, was handling about the impact of socio-cultural, about the CLTS. I have just a question. In your findings, were there any unexpected result? Second last, to the one who was handling assessing economic factors influencing selection of sanitation technologies. There is whereby you analyze in the data section where you were informed about the housing and the sanitation, the income levels. Is there any correlation between the housing and sanitation, the housing and the sanitation and the income levels? Secondly, what reliable sanitation technologies was under consideration? Because you indicated in the data finding improved and unimproved. So in your, what aided in your clarification that this is improved and this is unimproved, so that you can identify that this is improved and this is an improved sanitation? And under that again, what kind of sanitation technology basically, which was, or what kind of sanitation technology was under consideration? To Daniel, the last presenter, about the assessment of factors affecting septic tank performance. It's a wonderful presentation. Also have background in civil engineering, but I also ask maybe a clarification. How about the soil bearing capacity? Did you give it consideration, especially when you talk about the septic tank? How about the soil bearing capacity of the different soils? You were talking about Chuka municipality. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we can have
Thank you. First question, I believe, was asked on the factors, the social and cultural factors considered, which affected the adoption of these sanitation systems. One of them is gender, two is knowledge, there is religion, and there is mason skills. So some of the factors, the social and cultural factors that affect the adoption of sanitation systems. I didn't get the second question cleared. Maybe.
Thank you. How do these factors impact the adoption rate of the sanitation systems in the Tharaka North sub-county, according to your findings?
According to my findings, there is somewhere where I discussed about the religion sectors known as the Kavanoki and the Agendis. These ones believe that there are certain, they only ought to use particular drains and they cannot use improvised sanitation technologies such as UDDIs, or even they do not have general knowledge on the septic tanks and even the advanced and washing facilities. So when they do not have pit latrines, to them they believe that they should use the bushes, that is open defecation, because technology to them is evil. So for them they only believe in digging the simple pit latrines. So that is what affects them. About gender, in most sectors, there's a location that I visited at Kanjoro, where women cannot directly use pit latrines after men have used them. They'll have to wait until the men have vanished from the houseboat. That's when now they can access those pit latrines, because it is disrespecting to the men. So that is to the extent I can say. Do you talk about policy, Mr. Munyanji?
Thank you. The practical implication to this finding which you have found with the policy maker, because it's the end result of the research.
The practical implications. Number one, we'll have to do sensitization, that we need to embrace technologies and these sophisticated systems to these to members of the households in that area, because they believe whatever has come in the technology is not what was being used by their late grandparents, and that is what is not there. In fact, one of the NGO chased away from that area for trying to come up with the UDDI where the urine is separated from the fecal. So they had to come with the police. There was this case study that was being carried out by USAID. So we need to do sensitization to the members of the community. Number two, also the public health officials need to deeply visit those areas and address their concerns, that now we are in a technological era where even we began with the cellular phones that some could not access the internet. Now almost all the phones are accessing the internet. That also we need to change the mindset. Basically, that's all I can say. Also, we need to engage the political leaders. When we brought political leaders on board, because mainly the households, the people from that area have some respect to the political leaders. So maybe they can, in one or a few minutes, as we have the NGCDF, as we are rolling out, and the bursaries and so forth, and even the compassions, we can also engage and tell them that our ways, our sanitation systems are changing, and we need to change our mindset and unlock to that.
Thank you. There are also a number of questions directed at Sibi. Can I go and respond?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so the question that was directed to me was that was there any unexpected results from the study? Yes, there was one on the outcome number one, which was an association between respondents and the level of education. We found that there was no statistically significant association between the level of education and the population distribution. This actually suggested that the observed variations in education levels among respondents may be attributed to the random chances rather than a systematic pattern. So when we were doing the random sampling, maybe we might have picked those that were not educated. And so by this, basically in one of the village in Magarini sub-county, which is Garashi, it's more of a more remote area. And in this area, actually we found that even the few educated members who were there, they literally don't use latrines because the people around them, I think it's because of the herd immunity there. If the people around you are not using the toilet and you are using the toilet, so you will be the odd one out. So they have also opted not to use those latrines. Despite them being nicely built, they are just there. But even as their children visiting the others, they go to the bushes. So when they are at their homes, they also don't see the need of using those latrines because out there they do not use them. So that's what I noted that, and I did not actually expect to meet that personally on the ground. Thank you.
There was something on the carrying capacity of the soil.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted by the question that has been asked. So on soil bearing capacity, conventionally, it would be very easy to blame collapse on soil bearing capacity because that is a question of strength. How strong is soil where this structure is sitting? However, the finding on this research does not lay serious blame on soil bearing capacity because 14 out of 18 technical persons involved in the construction laid no blame on soil bearing capacity. Rather, when approval processes are taking place on designs and construction, it is a parameter that is checked. It's a parameter that is checked, meaning if you do not pass that test, then approval does not happen. And again, the PHOs lay very serious emphasis on various attributes that should be considered as far as the type of soil as far as soil type is concerned. So it was not really a big factor. Thank you.
Yes, we'll have. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, I think you have triggered me to ask you this question. We know in Kenya, it's a point of view you should consider at the moment because you can have a best design, you get through it, you get approval, and finally you have the issues. For Kelly, there is a recommendation number 2 that you made on the issues of cost. You mentioned something to do with subsidy or incentive. Maybe you can tell us more of it. I think you recommended that subsidy should be done on CLTS or something like that on your recommendation number 2. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was on it was most on those materials that can be used to construct these latrines. Okay, at the community level, you find that if someone even wants to construct latrines, in Magarini, it's more or less a large area that is unoccupied, and there are trees, there are a lot of trees, and there are forests there. So when a person wants to build a latrine, they always go to that forest. Then they talk to some officers there. Then now they can be given those those trees and those for construction. So in the event of ensuring that that village is ODF free, actually there was a policy that said that if you want to construct a toilet, you just tell us, and then the community itself, they will, even some of them will donate the trees, the timbers for you for free, and also the forest service, because constructing one, you can just use like one tree only, so they can give you at a subsidized rate. So that was one of the recommendations that was given, so that people, when they want to build a latrine, they don't see that it's very expensive, because the community itself are willing even to help you come up with one.
Yes, we'll now give the floor to Dr. Leonita to make our observations, but looks like you have some burning question, Juliet.
Thank you, Stephen, for your questions. You asked whether there's a relation between housing and income, and there's a significant relation. As from what I had showed you, F value was 10.66 and small p was 0.01 for the regression model. And this appears that the type of housing is a key predictor of the type of sanitation technology one uses. For instance, somebody with a permanent house definitely has a good sanitation technology, and the one with a temporal or semi-permanent would not be as good as that with a permanent house. The second question you asked, what are the improved or unimproved? The type of improved sanitation options, for instance, there's power flush toilets, pipe to sewer systems, ventilated improved brick with slab, or composting toilets. And the one that is considered unimproved is whether a toilet is public or shared is not improved because it is not well hygienically maintained. And your last question was what kind of sanitation was in consideration. Definitely the improved sanitation technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the good presentations that you just made. I have one or two comments. For Alex Ngatia, the issue of occupational health and risk for sanitation workers. I would ask about if they have any form of cover. Did you find anywhere any form of medical cover? And I say this because we worked with a number and we were trying to see how NHIF can have a special package for them. And then with Daniel, I think what you're doing is very good because these septic tanks, I think most of us don't construct them very well. So if this kind of research findings can get into policy so that the septic tanks that are being constructed are just not box and polluting the groundwater, that would be really good. A follow-up on this. And then for Mercy, I can't remember, what was your sample size? Okay. 475. Okay. I noted that 255 persons were not satisfied. I don't know if I got that correct, and I thought that was quite a high number. Considering if I looked at the income, I thought that area, Kapsaret, people seem to have some very good income, up to 500,000. So maybe some few reasons as to why this dissatisfaction in the 255. I think those are my comments.
Thank you. You have been sufficiently advanced. But before we leave, I'll also give a chance to Dr. Lillian. You are aware of what she does with you, and she has some few comments to make concerning the presentations that we just had. Dr. Lillian.
Thank you very much, Dean and My students, we are challenged by your findings. We are happy that you can live up to the task. Let me just give us a pet. Dr. Lunita is one of our external examiners. So she's simply saying, before your work gets to her, can it be perfect? Yes. So it's telling me in other words, let me not see those mistakes. So 2, you really have good guidance from the supervisors, and when you refuse to take instructions, it gives very bad or negative connotation. I'm urging you to work closely with supervisors between now and 2 weeks, the window we have for PPS submission, so that your work can be perfect. Yes, I may have done with your sponsor, but I cannot do anything to have you pass at PPS. Yes, I may have leaned backwards to allow some issues to pass through to come to here, but again, I may not, I will just be the normal myself when it comes to PPS. So I'm giving you 2 weeks window to read through your work and ensure that your work is up to date. The corrections you got at school defense, the ones you got it today, you put them in your work and then send to your supervisors so they can allow you to do the final print. For the manuscript, the PPS requires you to have published by the time you start the issue of what? Clearance for graduation. So the African Journal has given me the assurance that once your supervisors have approved the manuscript with their permission, don't just send the links there. I took a lot of time to edit what you sent, so please let's not get into return and pull out. So work with supervisors to ensure that the manuscript is well done. That is again a deadline of 2 weeks so that we can have applications beginning in the month of August. You take 1 month to review, 1 month for you to do, so August, by the time you start closing for graduation. Then the last bit I have is that for Daniel, if you miss presentations at the school, it means the dean stops your progression. So we are having Senate on the 10th. If by 10th you haven't done school defense, you will be registered. The process of lifting registration takes 3 months. And academically we say, if you cannot obey the academic processes, then you're not a scholar. 2, if you can't allow your supervisors to correct you again, then you better opt out from the academy. Here, pride is when you can stand here and stand the heat of Dr. Leonita telling you what is a sample size. Mercy. Without you, even me, I was asked a question by Kibet about the presentation, and I'll respond to you because now we are on the same platform. You are my student there, and I could tell you anything. But now I've given you space. This is all your space now. Okay? For Kiprono, you can see how your second paper looks nice. Because I'm not going to tell this crowd what happened in the first paper. You are now pocketing and doing like this because you have the big values and the information statistics. But when, before you will tell us, oh, those are not applicable in my stat, does it make sense today? Does it keep wrong? So you can see the paper we want to publish is which one, even you know. So for each one of us, for the young ones who are not presented today, this team here, you're in the School of Engineering, we are very happy for you. We are setting the pace for your presentation. Your year 4 project, we shall have it in 2025, right? Cindy, and even whatever you're doing, we shall be working with you. I can see your COD is there, your mwalimu ako pale, Dean is here. Now you've seen, mtaketi hapa tutakutukanaga, but for better, right? And even for us, as your supervisors, we shall endeavor to present a paper in every conference to set pace and to become your pace setters. All of you are joining PhD next year. So hiyo maneno mingi imeishia kwa flow, right? Yeah, I will remain your space free for encouragement. Don't cross my line, no?
Thank you, Dr. William. We have come to the end of the presentations, and we have now now going to break for lunch, but I want to urge you to put into practice what has just been said here. We need you to come up with quality work so that when we get the publications in the AJSS, then it can be something that we are proud of, something that meets the standards of scholarship that we are looking at. I would at this juncture now want to invite one of you to conclude with a prayer. Volunteer, please.
Let us believe and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this afternoon. Thank you for this day. We made it a success. Thank you for our panelists and the reviews they have given us. Father, we pray that you enable us to take it into consideration in the purpose of improving our work. Thank you for all of us here who year after, day after we are traveling. Father, we ask for journey mercies and we pray that this journey of academia that we started may go with us through till the end. And for those who are still at the beginning starting, Father, we pray that you give them strength, encourage them at each step until completion. Thank you for everyone who's made this MUSTIC conference a success. Father, we pray that you bless them and guide them. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray, believe and trusting. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, you're done on this one. Thank you. Judges, pressure. Professor, I don't need Dr. Anissa is delivering at 2. But you're going for lunch, so then now this is 2. At least you're going to